Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Vishal, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. So can we start?
Yes, Vishal, we will start.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. Rajesh, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The galaxy of intellectual dignitaries, our Honorable Principal Dr. R.B. Patil, sir, invited guest speaker Mr. Vijay Kumar Shupuje, sir, IIC convener Dr. Sadhna Raut, ma'am, activity coordinator Mrs. Vasundhara Kakde, ma'am, all teaching staff, and my dear student friends. I, Vishal Thorat, welcome you all on behalf of Institution Innovation Council of Sihagarh College of Pharmacy, Vadgaon, Pune. Sihagarh Technical Education Society, Sihagarh College of Pharmacy has organized this e-session on the topic of patent in pharma, a virtual tool to patent facilitation center. A patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or process that provides, in general, a way of doing something or offer a new technical solution to a problem. Patent is the important part after the invention or the innovation. And today, we are enough lucky to have Mr. Vijay Kumar Shupuje, sir, with us to guide us on this topic. Without much delay, I would like to invite IIC convener and assistant professor at Sihagarh College of Pharmacy, Dr. Sadhna Raut, ma'am, to deliver preamble of the session. Over to you, Sadhna, ma'am.
Thank you, Vishal. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all here. I, Dr. Sadhna Raut, Sihagarh College of Pharmacy, Institutions Innovation Council convener, welcomes you all in virtual visit of Patent Facilitation Center, Patlix Business Solution with the e-session on patents in pharma. I heartiest welcomes our today's guest, Mr. Vijay Kumar Shupuje, sir, Patlix Business Solutions, Mumbai. I welcome our admirable principal, Dr. R.B. Patil, sir, all faculty members, all IIC members, my dear colleagues and the students to this IIC session, as well as the virtual tour of the Patent Facilitation Center. So IPR is nothing but intellectual property rights, and that has been defined as ideas, inventions, and the creative expression. And these are depends on there is a public willingness to bestow the status of the property. And IPR also provides a certain exclusive rights to the inventor as well as the creators of that property. So in order to enable them to reap commercial benefits from their creative efforts or the reputation. There are the several types of intellectual property protections like patents, copyrights, trademark, etc. And one of them is nothing but a patent, and today's session is on patents in pharma. So patent is nothing but it is a recognition for an invention and which satisfies the criteria of global novelty as well as non-obviousness and industrial application too. So actually that patents contribute to roughly near about 80% of the overall revenue of the pharmaceutical company. And obtaining patent protection is important to safeguard the innovative approaches which is used by the pharma companies. And drug patent helps recoup investment that are incurred during the research and development stage. Also, that a drug patent can secure against the infringement cases, as a competitor can easily duplicate the manufacturing of a drug also. And drug patent that help raise revenue capital and with thus improves the overall economic growth of that particular company. So this session arranged with an objective and benefit that is nothing but to encourage innovators and maximize the greater good. And if we want to help the people and make the healthcare more affordable, so we need an even more rapid process for the approval of a generics also. So it is very important for the branded pharma companies to obtain the patent protection for their products in order to garner the investment also. So therefore, it is important that patents are a fundamental incentive to innovative activities in pharmaceutical as well as the biotechnological kind of industries. So without wasting too much time, now I would like to request Vishal Thorat to proceed for the session. Once again, welcome Vijay Kumar Shivpuje sir, and thank you. Over to you, Vishal.
Thank you, Sadhna ma'am. Now I request Principal of Sihagarh College of Pharmacy, Dr. R.B. Patil sir, to deliver the opening remark and welcome address on this delightful occasion. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Vishal. And good afternoon, one and all here. First of all, I bid a warm welcome to today's resource person, Mr. Vijay Kumar Shivpuje sir, who is from the Patlex Limited, who looks after a variety of patent services. Today's session we arranged is on patents in pharma, and Vijay sir is going to have a virtual tour of what happens in the patenting during patenting. I hope the deliberations of Vijay sir will be beneficial to the students who are there, who are participating in this. To give a few of the insights from my side, patenting is one of the art, I would rather say, because what researchers do and the outcome of that research in the form of IPR is quite different things. The researcher having his research aptitude and a lot of research skill and maybe innovative ideas, and he goes through the ideation, prototype, and finally arrives to some product or some solutions. And when the thing comes to patent that or to take the IPR of that, entire scenario changes. And there comes the experts like Vijay sir, who looks after getting rights of that product or that solution. And this thing is entirely different than to do or to pursue that research itself. So the patenting, I would say it is an art, because the patent attorneys or the people like Vijay sir knows how to put the claims and how to defend the questions of the experts from the Indian Patent Office or any other patent office, and how to put that product in a best possible way to acquire that IPR to the researcher or to the patentee. So all those things are there, and today's session will help students understand how the patenting goes or patent process happens. So it is important for students' perspective, as well as the faculty which is involved in such type of research or innovation. For them also it is important. I hope Vijay sir will definitely remain associated with SCOP, as he has been associated with us since a long time. I remember he has delivered a lot of such deliberations where many number of students got benefited through his expertise or through his shared knowledge. Today also, new students who have first time listening to Vijay sir will get idea about patenting on and other things. With these brief remarks, once again I welcome Vijay sir, and I hope his deliberations will be immensely beneficial to the students. Thank you one and all, and over to you, Vishal.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Assistant Professor at Sihagarh College of Pharmacy, Mrs. Sonal Burde ma'am, to introduce our today's guest speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, Vishal, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Vishal. On the behalf of Sinhagad Technical Education Society, Sinhagad College of Pharmacy, Vadgaon, Pune, I, Ms. Sonal Ramrao Berde, welcome you all in e-session program on patent in pharma. So now it's my immense pleasure to introduce our today's resource person, Mr. Vijay Kumar Shupuje, sir. Welcome, sir. Sir has completed Master in Pharmacy with LLB degree. Sir has 17 years of experience in pharma corporate, in law firm and various consultancy. Now recently, sir working as a director in Patlex Business Solution, which is a knowledge process outstanding firm practicing in patent and various designs. Sir as a IPR leader, IPFC ASOCAM in New Delhi. Sir as a various mentor of change with Government of India in Niti Aayog Atal Tinkering Lab, and sir as a mentor startup in India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry in the Government of India. Sir has a co-founder in pharma literature and in the online education initiative, which is working actively in area of pharmaceutical and have a collaborated with the various institutions and universities for skill-based activity. Sir has registered the various patent agent in Indian Patent Office. Sir also conducted the various 100 plus IPR awareness program at various universities, colleges, bar associates, incubation center, custom office, various industry chambers. Sir has awarded by ASOCAM for outstanding contribution in IPR awareness in 2021. So, with this brief introduction, I welcome to Shupuje sir and request to continue the session as well. Yes, thank you, sir. And over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sonal ma'am. Just a quick check if I'm clearly audible to everyone.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Sinhagad College of Pharmacy, IIC, for inviting me for this session on patenting in pharma. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh Patil, sir, Principal of Sinhagad College of Pharmacy and President, IIC, Dr. Sadhna Rao, Convener, IIC, Ms. Vasundhara Kakade, who has been coordinating for this particular activity, Sonal ma'am, as well as Vishal, the student coordinator for this program, all the faculty members and the students who have joined for this particular session. Just a request, can you please mute the participants? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm very glad to be here on a virtual platform, I would say, for conducting this session for the students. Before I actually move on to my session, I want to let everyone know that I'm just like one of you, a pharmacist coming from pharma background, did my MPharm long back, and thereafter, traditionally, I always wanted to work in the research labs, basically, wherein the research is the so-called R&D activities are done. क्योंकि हमारे सीनियर्स ने फर्स्ट ईयर से हमें यही बोला था कि आप अगर फार्मेसी में आए हो तो देयर आर ओनली 3 थिंग्स, एक तो प्रोडक्शन में जा सकते हो, एक तो रिसर्च में जा सकते हो, और इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड इन मार्केटिंग यू कैन गो इन मार्केटिंग. Beyond that, while doing BPharm, we always knew only 2 options. When I did my undergrad at Karad, actually, Government College of Pharmacy, Karad. Our seniors told you have 2 options after BPharm. If you want a job, go into production. If you want to go for masters, you have 2 options, either MBA or MPharm. Nothing beyond that as such we knew at that point of time. But those were the, I would say, very different times as such. And today, I believe we have students from BPharm or MPharm who are here for this particular session. who have got exposure for various things under the IIC for sure, be it with respect to the startups, be it with respect to entrepreneurship, be it with respect to regulatory affairs, patents, or so many other things actually. 20 years, the things have changed a lot. Probably at that point of time, getting a job was the priority. Thereafter, getting a meaningful job was a priority, which would be, I would say, uh, uh, something which would be giving you a bit of earning actually, like, acha salary mile. That was the priority. Things have changed now. The young generation is very vibrant. They want to do something really impactful. They are not just happy with the salary part, or they're just not happy with that routine, I would say. After some point of time, they would not want to continue with the routines as such. And there comes the role of the so-called innovation, or I would say the research activities. The students, especially the younger generation, is really, I would say, very active as well as vibrant in the sense, क्योंकि मैं अभी अपनी 2 साल की बेटी को भी देखता हूँ, तो शी इज प्रोबेबली मोर एक्टिव देन मी. कुछ ना कुछ करती रहती है. And what we call in typical language in India is जुगाड़ करते रहते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते हैं, कुछ तो नया करना है. Like, there is a problem, we need a solution for that. How it can be done? That can be done through research and such. And when we think of the jugaad, or I would say the so-called these activities as such, long back I would say it was always like कि मेरा जो भी research है या invention है, it should be used by everyone actually. Because there was very so you would get a name and fame and all. But the things have changed now, and with the likes of Shark Tank India, जब हम लोग देखते हैं, and when your sharks ask you, or when someone says कि नहीं मेरा invention तो है, and it is also patent protected, that point of time there is a value associated with it actually. Over a period of time, again, if I'm doing some research, that point of time, there has to be some value associated with it. Because generally, if you look at pharma industry, basically, what you would observe that it's a research based industry firstly. Second important thing, as far as the pharma industries is concerned, is that there is a tremendous competition. The cost for research is really very high. We have studied it हमारे undergrad में या post graduation में. We have studied it that for one molecule from lab to market, the costing required at times maybe almost 15 to 20,000 crore rupees. What happens when you discover a new drug? You spend 15 or 20,000 crore rupees to take that molecule from lab to market, and very next day आपका सारा जो efforts है, आपने इतना सारा for 7 or 10 years you got clinical trials, you have actually worked really very hard to come up with one molecule which is, let us say, killer molecule, which is going to help so many patients, or so many, I would say, needy people to I would say get recovered from that treatment basically. But जिस दिन आप वो molecule launch करते हो, the very next day some other company copies that product and actually sells that product in the market. It's something that once or twice you can afford it कि 20,000 crore जाए but नया molecule, but till how long you would actually do this? At the end of the day, the cost of research need to be recovered, and this can be recovered through a system called as it was mentioned as it was mentioned by Dr. Sadhna. This is something what we call as the so-called intellectual property rights action. The intellectual property rights basically mean आपका जो भी intellect है, that is also a property, and you would be getting a legal right to protect that. That means जो मेरा identity, जो मेरा invention है, जो मेरी creativity है, it is only with me, or like with I would say without my permission, no one else would be in a position to copy that thing. Basically, that's what we generally call as the intellectual property rights, basically, in a very broad sense. And जब मैं intellectual property rights या patents की बात करता हूँ, the very first thing that comes in my mind, I use these two examples in each of my session because I think each one of you can very easily correlate to that. Most of us, or almost every one of us, has seen this movie Three Idiots. And if you look at the plot of that particular movie as such, you would realize that there is this one character called Funsuk Wangnu, जो कहीं लद्दाख में बैठ के he is doing some research basically, and then he has a friend who is his classmate basically, which has been played by a character called Chatur Ramlingam. आपको दोनों characters याद है? One is a Funsuk Wangdu and one is a Chatur Ramlingam. Now, Funsuk Wangdu is a scientist. Chatur Ramlingam is a businessman. Funsuk Wangdu can do inventions. Chatur Ramlingam knows how to sell it basically. What happens at the end of the movie that we have seen that Chatur Ramlingam comes to meet Funsuk Wangdu because he has got some patents in his name. Now, what is this? Why is he coming to meet Funsuk Wangdu? What is that need basically? So when someone invents, does some invention, that point of time, it is no one else would be in a position to copy that invention. जो फुनसुक वैंगडो ने किया है, the character played by Amir Khan, that invention cannot be used, और वो प्रोडक्ट कोई और मार्केट में नहीं लेके जा सकता. Chatur Ramlingam wants to do that, so he would need the so-called license for that. For that reason, so we have this character of Amir Khan, the Funsuk Wangdu was actually based on one real life character who is a scientist in Ladakh actually, who has been helping for a lot of inventions or innovations as such. So this is one story which was, I would say, my first memory as far as the patents. Of course, I've been operating in the patent before that, but this is one I would say connection that everyone can very easily connect to. What is patent? When you invent something, when you do something, you get the legal rights for that. That means you are the owner for that idea for a limited period of time. Second memory, I would say, बऱ्याच लोकांना मराठी कळत असेल, there was this one Marathi movie called दे धक्का. मकरंद नासपुरेची movie आहे. Makaranda Naspure is again a farmer come so-called scientist actually. त्यांनी एक असा पार्ट इन्व्हेंट केलेला असतो, जो पार्ट it helps reduce increase the fuel efficiency basically. पण त्याचा तो जो पार्ट आहे, so there was one other character played जो मकरंद नासपुरेचा मेहुणा आहे, the so-called dashing मेहुणा. What he does is he loses that part basically. He loses that part, and now, so you have an idea and you lose that idea. Everyone knows about that idea. Anyone can copy that now, right? Now the bigger challenge in this case is, how are you going to stop others from copying your product? In that case, at the end of the movie, it was shown that तो पार्ट एका कंपनीला मिळतो आणि ती कंपनी तो पार्ट यूज करायला लागते. आणि त्यावेळी मकरंद नासपुरेचा मित्र येतो आणि त्याला सांगतो की अरे तुला घाबरायची काय गरज नाहीये, कारण आपण त्याचं ऑलरेडी एक पेटंट घेतलेलं आहे. दॅट मीन्स द राइट्स ऑफ दॅट आयडिया आर ऑलरेडी विथ यू. And that's where the real essence of patents is. Patent is just not restricted to pharma. What I'll be discussing today in this brief talk, I would say, is patents specifically in the context of pharma. Patent or the intellectual property rights itself is a great career as such. Okay, Uh, I have an interesting story to tell you about my career in intellectual property rights. During my undergrad or postgrad, I was very average student. I was never one of those, I would say, the toppers, so-called toppers, or I was, in fact, the so-called backbencher always. And one problem that I would see as an individual for myself was, I was not very good actually at practicals. So practicals करते हुए मेरे को इतना अच्छे से नहीं जमता था वो. So I used to get lesser mark, that is absolutely fine. But I was never interested in doing the practicals. And when I thought of myself as a career, that point of time I realized, if I have to work in the either in the production, or I would say in the so-called research, I'll have to work in a lab, which was never my priority as such. And honestly, I'm still a very introvert person, not extrovert, so marketing was never an option. And that point of time I started exploring the options in 2004 when I finished my masters, and that's where I could focus on the IPR, intellectual property rights, or the regulatory affairs kind of career. So this is one career, in fact, which you can think of as a because this so although I'm coming from pharma, today I'm working with a lot of companies from different industries. I'm working with chemical industries, I'm working with biotech, Ayurveda, herbal, the so-called cosmetic, nutraceuticals. We are working with a lot of industries because patents is just not restricted to pharma, but it is also something which is, I would say, for every kind of field which is research dependent, innovation dependent, invention dependent. And that's where the I would say role of a pharmacist as in the research is also something which is very crucial as such. So that's how I started with the career in IP. And the one part is IP or patent itself provides you career, but beyond that, if you are actually looking for a master's or a research career, a career, let us say, in the formulation development, a career in, let us say, any R&D related activities, drug discovery, if you're looking for doing your MBA, if you're looking for pursuing your higher studies outside India, if you're looking for even careers in academic institutions as a lecturer, professor, or any as a researcher, basically, that point of time, knowledge of intellectual property rights or patents is very crucial, because this knowledge is going to help you in terms of your so-called future of for your career as such. And beyond that, when we have a lot of faculty members as well here, now they have started realizing the significance, all thanks to, I would say, the IICs or the NIRF rankings or the NAC or NBA related activities wherein we are providing the support. IP is kind of mandatory. It has a smaller role, but in the larger picture, if you see, there are a lot of things which are dependent on the IP creation as such. So we'll be with this brief background, I would say, I'll be discussing more about the patents in pharma, as well as, I would say. So in the meantime, if you have any query, for sure you can put it in the chat box. You can stop me as well in between if you want to know anything specific from my end. Presuming that we have students from the pharmacy, the undergrad students, the master students, researcher, as well as I would say the faculties. I have framed this particular session in a very simple way. So patents, as it was discussed in the inaugural talk by the honorable principal sir, are the rights given for your invention. Basically, who is giving you the right? The rights are always given by the government, that is government of India actually is giving you the right. So patents, with patents, the copyright, the trademark, the design, the GI, there are so many types of IPs. Basically everything is granted, or it is given, I would say, by the government actually. And why is it given? Because see, the intent of patent system is to promote innovation. Basically that means what happens if I can if we think of innovation or research, when there is a cost involved, and if you're not in a position to recover the cost, everyone would stop innovating. What happens if one industry stops innovating? We have seen it during COVID time actually. There was no drug available for COVID-19, still no drug available for COVID-19. First, second, third waves. Fourth, we don't know whether we are approaching or not. But if one industry stops innovating, the entire world was under lockdown, the so-called lockdown, right? So innovation is the key, innovation is the need as well. And to recover that cost of innovation, basically, we have this system called patents, wherein government gives you the rights to hold that idea for a certain period of time, generally for 20 years, basically, like, that's what. But then you also need to ensure that whatever research you have done, like, whatever you have done actually as a researcher, you need to disclose through the so-called patent document. Then only you would be actually getting the rights. This part was discussed, the novelty part, the non-obviousness part, and the industrial application part, which are the basic primary criteria for getting a patent granted. Now, ये theoretically seems very easy as such. What is novelty? It has to be new actually. So when we think of novelty, आप लैब में जो भी कर रहे हो, या आप जो थीसिस बना रहे हो, या जो भी आप रिसर्च कर रहे हो, it has to be new globally. Sir, Honorable Principal Sir, Rajesh Sir used a wonderful word. It's an art basically. And I'll take that statement ahead, sir, with your kind permission. Basically, patenting or patent drafting is an art to put the science or the invention that you do in legal language actually, because patents are giving you the legal rights. So an art to put the science in a legal manner, that's what how patent is actually. And I'll tell you, your job as a pharmacist, as a technical person, when you deal with the pharma industry as a patent agent or attorney, is really very crucial, because your entire business dependent on the research is in the hands of the patents team, or they are the ones who are protecting you basically, whether you would be getting whether someone else would copy your product or not. So when you think of novelty, it is generally, as it was discussed, global novelty. Whatever you are doing has to be new globally actually. Then only we would have the novelty criteria satisfied. And how is it evaluated basically? Now the evaluation for novelty is very simple. आप जो भी कर रहे हो उससे पहले the so-called you get some inspiration from, or what we call as the literature survey. वो literature survey is basically an analysis of novelty. कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट से पहले हम लोग जो लिटरेचर सर्वे करते हैं, रादर मोस्ट ऑफ द साइंटिस्ट नो कि उनका रिसर्च नया है कि नहीं, is it new or not, what is that one thing that is different from the other research, that we ask the scientist before we file the patent. Another important thing is non-obviousness, what we also call as the predictability or unpredictability of the art basically. In this case, it's just not about new, but it has to be unpredictable. या कुछ तो उसमें अलग होना चाहिए, or what we call as there has to be some kind of inventive step associated with it. Now, inventive step analysis is very crucial and very, I would say, complex, not difficult, but it's complex actually to evaluate inventive step for any invention basically. And those who are who are practicing basically, they are the ones who are in a position to evaluate inventive step for the invention. What happens practically is that although patents are the legal rights, but they are just not the legal. The document is a techno-legal document basically. The patent document is a techno-legal document. Remember that you don't need to be a lawyer to draft a patent. I did my law, but it is not something which is mandatory for you for your career to be a patent agent or patent expert basically. Rather, I would say your core strength as a pharmacist, or undergrad or master's or PhD in pharmacy is the one which is actually the, I would say, which is actually the thing that is required here for the sake of understanding this particular, because आप ये चीज समझ लीजिए, lawyers who are mostly from the arts or commerce background, आप उनको जाके अगर ये बताते हो कि ये टैबलेट है, ये बाइलेयर टैबलेट है, ये कैप्सूल है, ये पिल्स है, ये ग्रैन्यूल्स है, ये पाउडर है, or the difference between an emulsion, solution and suspension. For a person of non-science background, a typical lawyer, understanding these things may be really very difficult to answer. The difference between an emulsion, solution, suspension, syrup, drops. We as pharmacists know the difference. That's where the role of pharmacist is very crucial as far as the pharma inventions are concerned. Pharmaceutical industry being the research-based industry, we have lot of inventions happening in the pharmaceutical industry basically, and that's where the real I would say challenge of pharmacists is also to protect those inventions, and these actually are protected through the so-called the patent system. I have conducted a lot of sessions with the students and I would say the faculties, or even I train at pharma corporate research centers as well. Therein, I have got a lot of questions which are, I would call it as a misconceptions about patents. And I have listed those questions here, and I'll try to answer. So my next 2 slides would be in a question answer format actually. तो मेरे पास एक research है, मैं कोई research कर रहा हूँ, तो at what stage should I file a patent application? First important thing आपके लिए जरूरी है as a scientist is that you should not disclose your invention before filing a patent. You should not disclose your invention to anyone except under the confidentiality disclosure agreement. That means don't publish it, don't put it in a newspaper, don't put it on the Facebook, don't put it as a research paper, or कहीं किसी conference में present मत कीजिएगा. If you really feel your invention has actually got some value associated with it, right? Why should I file a patent application? I have 2, I would say, reasons why should you file the patent application actually, and these are very strong reasons as far as the all of you faculties as well as the students are concerned. For the faculties, of course, it's helping you for your KRAs, it's helping you in terms of your I would say the rankings, the NAC, NBA, NRF and all, absolutely fine. But beyond that, it's your contribution to the research as well. Because see, at times the research is also accidental. You don't, at times I have seen that the faculties specifically don't know the value of their research actually. They just put it in the research paper, and after some years, some industry comes to us and asks about getting a patent for the same thing actually. Then we realize, had that faculty approached us, probably it would have been a better protected. Uska research paper publication is not going to help the researcher as well as anyone else basically. That is important. Now, for the students, I have a very interesting story. There was one particular student who was like, she was from Mumbai University. She was doing her master's actually long back. At that point of time, I had so she approached us. We filed a patent for her actually, and so then there was this one opportunity for a specific funding opportunity for a conference in UK. And this girl was a topper, Mumbai University topper for almost 4 years. She had got that brilliant academic credentials actually. And so she was pretty confident. She was doing her master's in pharmacy and pharmacology actually in Mumbai University. So she was pretty confident that she would get that opportunity for the funding basically. Travel grant जिसे बोलते हैं हम लोग, वो ट्रैवल ग्रांट उसे मिलेगा. शी वाज प्रीटी कॉन्फिडेंट बिकॉज उसको लगा मेरे इतने अच्छे क्रेडेंशियल्स हैं, मैं मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी की टॉपर हूँ, and I'm so she had good GPAT score, academic credentials, both अच्छे थे उसके. When and the interview was to be held in Delhi, she went for the interview. That point of time, there were almost 200 plus candidates, and the position was single, one position. There was only one travel grant available, and she realized that there are at least 40 to 50 so-called university toppers from across India who have joined in for, and they were eyeing for that particular position basically. She was a bit, I would say, nervous. She called me up from there, and what she mentioned me is, sir, मुझे नहीं लगता ये मुझे मिलेगा, because I thought कि I'm the only one here, the so-called university topper. यहाँ तो बहुत सारे मेरे जैसे हैं. The competition is so high. I said, that's absolutely fine. You just go inside, face the interview, and come out. Actually, don't just think anything beyond that. What happened is, she went inside. She was asked just two questions, and one was, why have you filed the patent for your invention? Because she had filed a patent for her invention. And the second thing she was asked is, what is she expecting out of that patent basically? And it was done and dusted. She came out of that interview basically. When she came out, and when the results were announced, she was actually surprised, because she was the only one who got that funding opportunity or travel grant. But beyond that, she was the only one out of those 200 जिनका undergrad project के लिए एक patent file हो चुका है. And she was very happy with that. So filing of a patent for your research, or having a patent for your research, would definitely help you in terms of having your building your CV as well. It would be really helpful for those who are eyeing to go abroad, or aiming to go abroad, specifically for the higher research purpose basically, like MS, the doctorate, the postdoc, and all. For them it would be really beneficial. So these are, I would say, some of the reasons why you should actually go for the patent filing. But beyond that, as I said, it is also very essential that you need to do good research as well at the institution level. What data do I need to file a patent application? Actual में patent data, patent file करने के लिए you would need very minimal data. It is not necessary कि आपका पूरा thesis खत्म हो गया है, उसके बाद ही, या आपका project खत्म हो गया है, उसके बाद ही आपको patent file करना है. You have 1 year time to conclude with the data actually. Shall I take a help of a patent agent for filing? So you can file. It is not necessary that आप खुद भी patent file कर सकते हो Indian Patent Office में. Online available है. It's not that difficult actually. Only problem is that आपको, you are a technical expert, and patent is a techno legal document. वहां पे आपको थोड़ा सा help चाहिए होगा patent agent का. Can I publish my research before patent filing? Absolutely no. After patent filing, yes, you can publish your research after patent filing. Can I commercialize my invention after patent filing? Yes, absolutely. The patent work in a negative way, as in मेरे पास patent है तो कोई और नहीं use कर सकता, but मुझे commercialization के लिए actually I would need the help of the help of the industry, or I would say I would also need to conduct in case of pharma product, आपको phase 1, phase 2, the preclinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 conduct करना ही पड़ेगा. So patent and FDA are separate things. They have nothing to do with each other. Patents speak about the invention, legal protection. FDA is about whether your product is safe, efficacious or not. And an FDA route or the regulatory affairs is a mandatory thing. Okay. How much is the cost for patent filing? I'm happy to inform all of you that the government of India has reduced the cost of patent filing for academic institutions by 80% actually. तो उसका patent filing का fees बहुत कम हो गया है. Earlier it was very high. Now it has been reduced by 80%. Can I file patent application without telling my institute or guide? Now this is a very tricky question. But there was a case like this, and we had filed. Until and unless now, since we already have the patent, I would say uh, the IIC, basically you also need to have the so-called the IPR policy कि आपके faculties, आपके students, can they file the patent or not without telling the institute? Is there a policy? If there is no policy, I would suggest the institute to come up with a policy. That way it would be protected. Can someone else file patent application for my invention? Absolutely. Patent office nowhere checks this कि आपका ही research है कि नहीं. तो like many times it happens, एक lab में अलग अलग scientists काम कर रहे हैं. This is some, see, one thing is ethically, morally, this is not allowed. But legally, patent office has no question. The patent office doesn't cross-check for every, because patent office get a lot of inventions every week. If they start cross-checking this, unka job yahi reh jayega bas. Now, once so patent system works on a very different principle. Patent application once filed, it gets published after 18 months. A patent grant करने के लिए, so filing is not grant. Okay, filing is separate and grant is separate. You can need 3 to 4 years basically for granting a patent application. Beyond that, there is a expedited examination process, yeah, the fast track process bhi abhi available hai, jahan pe you have got a patent granted within 1 to 1.5 years basically. Now, does publication of application assure you grant of patent? Absolutely no. Cost of filing till grant, so on a rough estimate, the cost may be anywhere between 60 to 70,000, not at one go, but it is scattered basically at different places, actually in different times basically. Can I commercialize the invention after grant? Absolutely, you can commercialize. There is no would I be Funsuk Wangdo once I patent gets granted? This was in fact one question asked in my session actually. And so people feel that if I have got a patent granted, कोई तो मेरे पास आके मेरे को ना 1-2 करोड़ का चेक देके जाएगा या शार्क मेरे घर पे आएगा and they would give me money. No, it doesn't work that way. Patent is a legal protection. At the end of the day, आपके पास कोई पेपर है, पेटेंट है करके आपको कोई पैसा नहीं देना. It has to be that idea that should be executable, वो प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में जाना चाहिए. Like for example, आप लोग बी फार्म कर रहे हो, एम फार्म कर रहे हो, पीएचडी कर रहे हो, आपके पास वो डिग्री या पेपर है करके आपको कोई जॉब नहीं देता है. It is based on your skill set basically, what you learned, what is your IQ, what are the capabilities basically at the end of the day. Are you in a position to work in the lab or not? Are you in a position to contribute or not? So accordingly you would be getting that. The same thing applies here in case of patent as well. Just because you got a patent granted doesn't mean anyone is going to give you the so-called money or the check actually for that. There is also something called as a design, which is different from patent. Won't be discussing. I'll skip this slide because I think most of us know what is a research paper, and this has been something which is, I would say, been discussed again and again in different forums as well, that a research paper generally is something which is more of just a publication without any legal rights, but patent is something which gives you legal rights basically. Yes, patents हमने discuss किया. Most of the patent also get rejected because of the obviousness, novelty. आप अगर खुद का patent draft कर रहे हो without taking the help of patent agent, आप claiming language गलत होता है, it is incorrect, you won't get the patent granted. There are a lot of other reasons as well, but then I'll tell you what gets granted basically. हम लोग जो लैब में काम करते हैं ना, जो प्रैक्टिकल्स करते हैं, फार्माकोग्नोसी लैब में, फार्माकोलॉजी लैब में, फार्मास्यूटिक्स लैब में या फार्मास्यूटिकल केमिस्ट्री लैब, ये सारे लैब्स में जो रिसर्च होता है उनके लिए पेटेंट्स मिलना पॉसिबल है, प्रोवाइडेड द इन्वेंशन इज न्यू, इट हैज अ इन्वेंटिव स्टेप एंड इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेबिलिटी. फार्मा प्रोडक्ट्स में इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेबिलिटी का इशू नहीं आता है. सो द इन्वेंशन, तो आपको लिटरेचर सर्वे प्रॉपरली करना चाहिए, उस स्टेज पे आपको वो पेटेंट ग्रांट हो सकता है. Beyond that, for the non-obviousness, you need to get in touch with the patent agent to evaluate the non-obviousness of the so-called inventive step part. So pharmacognosy के लिए there are lot of things, rather I would say हमने जितने सारे almost 150 plus patents file किए हैं, most of them are from academic institution. We have 15 already granted actually. Many of them are from pharmacognosy, the herbal research basically. हमें ये बोला गया है कि ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज पेटेंटेबल नहीं है, ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज पेटेंटेबल नहीं है, बट हर्बल पेटेंट्स आर ग्रांटेड. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बेसिकली. हर्ब्स पर से मतलब हल्दी का पेटेंट नहीं मिल सकता, बट आप कोई ऐसा प्रोडक्ट बनाओ हल्दी का जो कि कंज्यूम भी हो सकता है, बायो अवेलेबिलिटी भी बढ़ सकता है उसका, या फिर स्किन पे टॉपिकल एप्लीकेशन में उसका अगर स्टेनिंग इफेक्ट कम हो जाता है तो आपको उसका पेटेंट मिल सकता है. तो हर्ब्स पर से आर नॉट पेटेंटेबल. मतलब कुरकुमा लौंगा कैन नॉट बी पेटेंटेबल, बट a herbal composition comprising 10 to 30% of curcuma longa, which is haldi, is definitely patentable. यहाँ पे उसका नंबर भी लिखा हुआ है 295175. IN is for India basically. तो कॉग्निसी लैब में जो भी रिसर्च हो रहा है, आई वुड रादर पुट इट इन अ कॉन्टेक्स्ट कि आप अगर पुराने हर्ब्स को मॉडर्न डोसेज फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट करते हो, एंड यू डोंट नीड टू थिंक अबाउट द एक्टिविटी जो है वैसे ही रहने दो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, like any old herb has certain activity, let us say anti-diabetic. Don't claim the anti-diabetic thing. What you can get is an anti-diabetic composition basically for it. May be in the form of a tablet, a pill, a granule, a capsule, SR, DR, delayed release, extended release, any kind of product basically, right? So you can also have it for so specifically with certain excipients. या जैसे look at this example जहाँ पे herbal oil composition claim किया हुआ है, oil composition in controlling blood sugar. Now oil composition is basically, I would say, a simple mixture of the herbs. इन्होंने क्या किया, extracts लिए किसी herb से, अल्फा टर्पिनियोल, लिनालूल, ये जो हम लोग प्रैक्टिकल्स करते हैं ना फार्माकोग्नोसी में फॉर द एक्सट्रैक्शन, ये कंपाउंड्स आइडेंटिफाई करके उनका स्पेसिफिक कॉन्सेंट्रेशन लेके उसका एक ऑयल बनाया है, एंड दे आर सेइंग दैट इट इज इन कंट्रोलिंग द ब्लड शुगर बेसिकली. कमिंग टू द फार्माकोलॉजी पार्ट नाउ. फार्माकोग्नोसी का तो हमने देख लिया. फार्माकोलॉजी में जो हम लोग एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करते हैं, स्पेशली इन द क्लिनिकल स्टडीज, आई वुड से द डोज रेंजिंग या जैसे so these are the different preclinical से लेके the phase 3 तक before approval basically. डोज डिटरमाइन करना, डोसेज फॉर्म कौन सा है, डोसिंग रेजिमेंट क्या है, विच मेथड ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, मेथड ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट और मेटाबोलाइट, ये सारी चीजों में इन्वेंशन है. Although it's a routine experimentation, under certain conditions you can get the patents. Under certain conditions you can for sure get the patent for this as well. So in case of the pharmacology inventions, it is possible actually to get the patents, provided again, as I said, it's about the novelty, it's about the non-obviousness, as well as it's also about actually how you draft the claims basically. Okay. Ciotex, the department which is, I would say, जो हम लोग formulation development करते हैं या formulation science है, वहाँ पे everything therein is patentable. जो भी आप research कर रहे हो, अगर वो नया है, अगर वो it has inventive step, then it is definitely patentable. New dosage form, new dosing regimen basically. आपने टैबलेट का कैप्सूल बनाया, टैबलेट का आपने टॉपिकल बनाया, या फिर एक्सिपिएंट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन चेंज किया. एनीथिंग दैट यू डू एज अ रिसर्च फॉर योर थीसिस is definitely something which is patentable in the pharmaceutical. The same thing is for pharmaceutical chemistry as well. Chemistry के inventions में भी everything is patentable because most of the research happens in two sectors basically in chemistry. First one is the new drugs and second one is the so-called API, active pharmaceutical ingredients. उसका प्रोसेस इज बेसिकली, यहाँ पे आप कुछ भी इंप्रूवमेंट करके लेके आओ, एंड फॉर श्योर इट इज समथिंग व्हिच इज आई वुड से पेटेंटेबल एसेट. तो broadly when we do think of research, these are the things in pharma which are patentable assets. Honestly speaking, I can speak on and on for on even single topic, because I've been conducting these kind of sessions at various institutions as such, or even at the pharma corporates or the research centers as such. Precisely speaking, as an academic institution, we need to understand few things. First important thing, and in fact, that's the one thing that I ask every researcher or every faculty when they approach me for patent filing. Why do you want to file it? What are you expecting out of it? Is it just for the academic credentials कि मेरे नाम पे patent हो गया? In that case, remember that strategically, we can have different views. One is academic credentials, second is for sure your rankings or the NAC NBA. For the students, it may be for again upgrading their CV as such, or for actual reason for filing a patent should always be, I would say, with respect to the uh, protecting your invention so that no one else actually copies. But when should you do this? You should do it only when you have the confidence that you would be in a position to commercialize this invention actually. Okay, that is one important thing. As an institution, you can make your I would say, because I've been working with at least 35 to 40 colleges, pharmacy colleges across, I would say, the Western India, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Goa, and many other places actually. And I've seen the ecosystems that are getting developed. The IICs or anything is not just a one-day activity; it's a continuous process of improvement. And that's how I think we have been involved into these kind of activities. For students, we also have a lot of opportunities for students. You can get interned with us. We have this platform called Pharma Literati. I'll just say in a chat box, I have shared a link for the channel. So we have this YouTube channel of Pharma Literati, wherein you have a lot of opportunities, internship opportunities, or a lot of other opportunities for the students wherein they can get benefited. We have a lot of courses with respect to pharmacovigilance, the regulatory affairs, and I would say a lot of other relevant stuff for the which is curated for the faculties, researcher, as well as the pharmacy students as well. The students, I just have a request: if you feel it appropriate, just browse through this particular YouTube channel. If possible, subscribe to the channel as well if you like the session. And I believe pharmacy as a field, it is each one of our duty, I would say, to contribute in terms of innovation and research. And we have seen the focus or the growth of pharmacy in last 2 years, especially during the COVID time. And high time we get involved into the research, and high time we actually do all these things very effectively as such, right? So I'm done with my session. I would be more than happy to answer if there are any specific questions which you feel need to be asked, not only with respect to the patents or the careers in IP, but beyond that, anything which you feel is with respect to research or innovation ecosystem as well. Once again, thank you so much, Singapore College of Pharmacy, the Honorable Principal Dr. Rajesh sir, the IIC convener Dr. Sadhna, and the activity coordinator was Ms. Vasundhara, all the students, the faculty members, the researchers for joining in. It was really good, and I would be more than happy to, as I said, to answer any questions if at all there are any. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Student, if you have any doubt, you can directly ask to the sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, as you mentioned the expense about the patenting process, so can you elaborate, sir, how, I mean, you said around 60,000 to 70,000. So, sir, what is the fees for patenting and what is the fees of agent and all these things? So, please can you elaborate it?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question actually, because being a professional, the official patent office fees is comparatively very less actually. So we have just 1,600 rupees for the patent filing, as well as we have the fees of around I would say 4 to 5,000 for the, I would say, the request for examination. All other like 6 to 7,000 is official cost. Beyond that, everything is by the patent agent actually. Like that's what the entire cost is actually. So official fees is very less, but then at the end of the day, since it adds value, it's actually the concept is meant for the more for the corporates who want to protect their invention. Therein for them the value, the monetary part may not be that high, but I understand as a student or as a faculty is this part may be really very high as far as the amount is concerned. But also, like, we have a lot of schemes as well nowadays. Even Kapila by MOE Ministry of Education, I request Dr. Sadhana, the IIC coordinator. She can get her IIC registered actually on this particular platform. It is still open actually. Kapila, Kapila, Kapila at MOE Ministry of Education. You can get your IIC registered. There is a fund of 60,000 for 10 inventions every year from government, which can come to your institute as such. There are a lot of other schemes for startups. If you register it as a startup for MSME, in that case, you can get, I would say, a protection or the funding up to 1.5 lakhs actually per application as such. So you need to explore it again. See, there has to be a balance between the cost involved and the value that you are getting out of it. But from the student's perspective, I would say if the invention is really good, then you can also get some I would say some kind of fundings, not only from the government. Many times institutes are funding, universities are funding, or even you can get some collaborator from the corporate who can also fund your inventions. Yeah. I think there is someone who has raised the hand, Ravina Rajpurohit.
Yes, sir. Good
Yes,
evening,
Ravina.
sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I basically have two questions. So the first one goes like, if we have a project and the market scalability of that project is not that much, because for the project to get,
Yes,
yes, sir,
Ravina, I
am I,
lost you. I lost you in between.
yeah, yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So if the market scalability of that project,
Sorry, Ravina, I lost you again. I'm not able to hear you.
so just give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Just 2 minutes.
Maybe you can put it in the chat box as well if you feel appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I will ask. No worries now. I think it's clear now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the market scalability of that project is not to that level, because at the very stage of students, we don't know how will it work in the market and all. So still that project could be filed as a patent, for filing of the patent.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said, see where, okay, let me give you an analogy basically, Ravina. But before that, may I know, are you a student or a faculty? Which year?
Yes, sir. Third year. I'm a student.
Third year B Farm you are doing, right? Now, see, for your any of the project, I'll give you an analogy wherein you would get better idea actually. In case of drug discovery, so for example, these big companies like Pfizer, AstraZeneca, they are working on molecules, new drugs basically. When they are developing the molecules and when they are filing a patent, that point of time they don't know which molecule is going to be marketed tomorrow. There are thousands of molecules out of which they are preparing, let's say 30, 40. all are getting patent protected. Out of that, which one is going to go tomorrow for the market that they don't know? So a project which is, I would say, novel and not, filing is absolutely possible. And in fact, filing would give you some idea actually, like, as I said, about the legal protection available basically. And the market scalability or marketing basically or commercialization is something, I would say, which is different from the patenting. These are, as I said, patenting and regulatory are separate things. Similarly, patenting and commercialization are separate thing. Patenting, what you get basically, Ravina, is आपने अगर कोई project patent किया है, you, without your permission, no one else can work on that project. That's the only thing. Negative rights हम इस चीज से बोलते हैं. No one else would be in a position without your permission. That's how the patenting. Hopefully, I have tried to answer your question.
Yes, sir. Understood. And sir, the next question is, you said ki we can even file patent on the work done by any other person. So doesn't that harm the intellectual property rights or the copyright, whatever it is there on their work?
So as I said, see, practically this happens. एक lab में दो scientists काम कर रहे हैं, system share कर रहे हैं. One person doesn't know उसका work is getting copied. See, morally and ethically, it should not be done actually, and I won't recommend this to any student actually doing. But practically, yes, ये होता है unfortunately. We have seen it in fact. In one of our cases, जो साइंटिस्ट था उसने पेटेंट एजेंट को इन्वेंशन दिया, पेटेंट एजेंट ने खुद के नाम पे फाइल कर दिया. आई एम आल्सो फार्मासिस्ट, रवीना गिव्स मी अ प्रोजेक्ट टुमारो, मैं रवीना की जगह अपने नाम पे फाइल कर देता हूं. दिस may also happen ना. So there has to be certain ways through which these things need to be done and ascertained basically. Yes, it happens. Illegal है, unethical है, immoral है, but then unfortunately we are in 2022 and unfortunately we can't restrict these things as such. And the way the technology has penetrated, or I would say that way, it is very difficult to keep yourself safe from these kind of activities as such. Yeah.
Okay, sir. You mean that is ethically wrong? We shouldn't do it.
No, I'm not recommending it. But see, what I was trying to tell you is patent office doesn't cross-check it. कि जैसे for example, रवीना ने कोई इन्वेंशन जब फाइल किया पेटेंट ऑफिस में, तो पेटेंट ऑफिस would never ask रवीना कि आपने ये कहाँ पे किया, आपने सच में किया है कि नहीं. That's what I wanted to let you know. My intent of telling you the everyone of this was not that you should get involved into this, but the intent was basically there is no way. That's the reason the institute should have the policy कि हमारे बच्चे ये इनमें इन्वॉल्व ना. इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल पे इस पे कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है, right? That is something because patent offices can't cross check or connect it. Okay.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Thank you so much, sir.
So anyone is having any doubt? I think there is no doubt. So I request all the participants to turn on their cameras for the group photo.
Vijay sir, thank you very much for a nice and wonderful session.
Yes, sir. It's my pleasure actually, and I think I should apologize you for as well because it's been planned since long. Actually, I wanted to come down to the institute. It's been a long time, but due to some assignments, or I would say touch wood, in last few months or few years, actually, the things have been moved to a next level. We have been really doing great in terms of business. तो थोड़ा सा टाइम का रेस्ट्रिक्शन है, इसलिए आई कुडंट come down, but for sure, definitely, sir, with your permission and taking your appointment, sometime I'll visit and have a one-to-one talk with you, sir.
Yeah. Actually, we also wanted to see you here because we wanted to discuss some of the projects which are in at that stage where we should think of the patent. And definitely,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Now I request Activity Coordinator Vasundhara Kakde ma'am to deliver vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vishal. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us a valuable knowledge. I sure that this session will beneficial to all of us in our future. On behalf of Siaghad College of Pharmacy, Vadgaon, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. It gives me immense pleasure to conduct today's virtual visit to Patent Facilitation Center on topic Patents in Pharma. With a great sense of gratitude, I express my thanks to Honorable Founder President, Professor M.N. Navle Sir, Honorable Secretary, Dr. Mrs. Sugandha Navle Ma'am, Honorable Vice President, Mrs. Rachna Navle Ashtekar Ma'am, Honorable Vice President, Mr. Rohit Navle Sir, for their constant support and providing all facilities and infrastructure for us. I thank to our guest speaker, Mr. Vijay Kumar Shubuje sir, for sharing knowledge with us. Also, I would like to thank our respected principal, Dr. Rajesh Patil sir, and our former principal, Dr. K.N. Gujjar sir, for driving force for this program. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Sadhna Raut ma'am for her continuous support during conducting of such activities. Again, I would like to thank all students, teaching and non-teaching staff for this conduction of this event. Thank you. Sir, with your permission, can we conclude session? Sir, you're okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll end the session. Yeah.
Thank
And
you. Thank
thank
you,
you once
everyone.
again,
Thank
Vijay
you,
sir.
Vijay sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.